It is Thursday. And more importantly, even bigger than that, it's May. How'd that happen? Hello, everybody. Rabbit, happy May. We made it. This song popped into my head earlier. I was like, you know what? I like its vibes. We're gonna ride its energy for a little bit. Hello, Mage. Hello, Sonic. Hello, Standing. Hello, Lurkers. And VOD Watchers. I hope you're all having a good Thursday. I hope the week has been kind to you. I hope you're all ready for the weekend. I spent a lot of money yesterday. Decent amount of money. A very shiny penny, so to say. I pulled the trigger on the mini PC. I went back and forth, right? I was looking at the Beelink model. I was looking at a Geekom model. And essentially what I found with a lot of, Reddit discussions and whatnot was that the Beelink model had an inherent design flaw in that it had a poor Wi-Fi card, poor little Wi-Fi card antenna dongle thing. Just not a good one. That was not very well insulated and did not like being surrounded by an aluminum case. So all of this sort of culminated in it having just abysmal Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. And I think the fact that the card or the little antenna dongle, I guess, handled both of them, its own signals might have been interfering with it, right? And I'm like, okay, this is too much of a headache. Some people were saying, like, get a Wi-Fi adapter, a thing that plugs into USB. I had a long time ago, this is a very long time ago, so I'm sure the technology has improved, but I had a little Wi-Fi USB adapter, and it seemed to, like, I got it to a point where I could consistently tell that it would crash the computer because the Wi-Fi signal would effectively overload the USB bus and the computer would blue screen. So I'm sure it's better. I'm sure it works for a lot of people. I don't trust that technology based on bad experiences. And so I was just like, I think this one's going to be too much of a headache trying to find a solution for the Wi-Fi. So I went with the Geekom and I put it in my cart and I was ready to check out. And I was like, all right, let's do it. And Amazon was like, all right, one, Ryzen 7, 32 gigabytes DDR5, 512 gigabyte hard drive, mini PC, ready to go. And I was like, wait, that was a terabyte. And Amazon was like, no, it wasn't. Yes, it was. I was looking at it. No, it wasn't. I swear it was a terabyte. No, it was 512. There is no evidence anywhere on Amazon that it was ever a terabyte hard drive, even though I swear to God that it was. So that was frustrating. And then it turns out they have another model, which is like the +1 version of it. That was like $70 more, but had the hard drive that I wanted, and there was a 10% promotional discount, so it would have been like $20 more. I was like, fucking fine, whatever, I don't, just do it. It's cheaper than buying a replacement NVMe drive for it. Oh, I'm sorry, Sonic. Yes, a hug for you. What's going on? So yeah, there was a little bit of frustration right at the end there, right? It was just like, you're making this a lot harder than it has any business being. Oh, that is true. We are down a shark. The world has lost its best shark. But hopefully we will see them in another way, in another time, somewhere in the future. What is important? It is sad. It is sad. But what is important is that she is doing well and that she finds new and better opportunities. Yes, we are going to show our love and support for the streamer. I feel like we're gonna see her again soon. I don't feel like she's done with streaming, you know? I feel like there's gonna be more opportunities. There's gonna be a new adventure coming up. I know it's a very unfortunate song, but I already had it queued up. Yeah, it is kind of weird. Stream does look like it can be a lot of... It is. It is a lot of work. It is a lot of work, especially if you are streaming first and foremost. I think people, look at YouTubers and look at streamers and don't necessarily realize, like, it's at the very least a full-time job, right? If you are streaming 4 to 6 hours a day, you're still doing a lot of off-stream work, handling social media, setting stuff up, recruiting stuff, coordinating stuff, scheduling stuff, ordering new material or new models, new artwork, new overlays, whatever you got to do, and just figuring out what the next stream is going to be, right? Like, that is at least another 4 hours, right? It is at least a full-time job a lot of times. And then, that doesn't even get into factors like if you have merch lines or if you're doing events, going to conventions or whatnot. That becomes a whole nother tier of work, which is why, the people that get really, really big honestly hire managers, right? Some people will sign on with agencies, or some people will just sort of contract managers to sort of behave like agents, right? For actors or voice actors to just help run the ship. Because it's a lot. It is a lot. And, I think what happens a lot of times with this, not to necessarily be dismissive of when there are like more serious problems, but I think even when things are running well, when everyone is on good terms, you can just have disagreements about like where things are going to go, right? What the streamer, the talent wants to do versus sort of what the company has envisioned for its future. And, I think a lot of times there can be like sort of doubts when, people are trying to be professional and being like, well, for these reasons or disagreements with management or whatever. But at the same time, I think it is important to put trust in the streamer, right? Like, either what they are saying is true, or they are trying to end things on a good term or avoid pointing fingers or assigning blame. Just I think it is important to take them at their word and be like, this is what they have wanted to say, this is the message they are putting forward, and that is what I'm going to accept. Is there other stuff that we don't know about? Probably, but that's not my business to know. So, thank you, Gura. Thank you for everything that you have done for streaming, for the inspiration, for the content, for the good that you have put into the world. And I wish you all the best going forward, whatever shape that takes. Though on the subject of streams, coming back to this one, we've got art to finish tonight. And it actually works out. So Bora's birthday was on Wednesday, but he is doing, I don't know if he's doing 24 hours of stream. I'm not sure exactly how his plan is, but the birthday streams are tomorrow. So we can just pretend that we have this plan to deliver during the birthday stream and not actually on his birthday, right? That was just always the intention. That was always the plan. It was the plan from the beginning. All according to Keikaku. Plans, Japan. But so we're gonna finish this up tonight. I think we're in a really good spot that we can, I'm honestly pretty happy with it already. There's just more that I want to sort of go in and add a layer of detail and everything. So we're gonna do that. And then depending on how long that takes, we might at least like start sort of blocking out the Star Wars Day piece. I think I have an idea in mind that I'm really excited to work on. It's going to be a bit of a change of pace, but I think it's going to be fun. Sort of the original idea that I had in mind involved 3 full body characters, and I'm like, yeah, I don't think I can knock that out in 7 hours. That's a bit much, even for me. Especially for me. Yeah, if I just sketched it, then maybe, but I want to do something more complete than that, So as far as Saturday goes, I know we're looking ahead a little bit, but for Saturday, would you guys mind if we did the art first, right? We do art, we make sure that the Star Wars Day piece gets finished, and then whatever of the stream is left, we'll do some Hades runs. Does that work for everyone? I'm gonna go ahead and jump back here, and then we can get started while we get it going. Sounds good? All right, cool. Thank you. I know. Well, I hope at least that people are enjoying Hades, and it's like we're already spending a lot of time getting that game to completion. So I hate to slow it down, but I do want to make sure that the art piece gets its necessary time. Where's my reference work? There you are. Okay, where did we leave off? Honestly, I like where a lot of this is sitting. The one thing that I did overlook, or I did kind of scrub out the antenna mounts, so we can go in and add those. Kind of work that back in. I did make the canvas for the Star Wars drawing, and I did turn the time lapse on already. I'm learning. So we're good to go on that. I think that'll be a fun time lapse. I wish I could put some actual Star Wars music to it, but I would get copyright struck out of existence. Mickey Mouse would personally drive to the Pacific Northwest and shoot me. Is your audio not split from audio? Oh no, it is. It is. Yeah, all the music that we listen to is not saved in the VOD. I mean for the time-lapse video itself. Yeah, I would No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, a big thing that has been a holdup with a lot of the time-lapse videos is that I want to put some sort of background audio to it, you know, music or something, and then it becomes a whole thing of like hunting down copyright-free music, and I don't get to it. I see some people just post the raw time-lapse video on Twitter or Blue Sky or whatever. It's like, I should just do that. I should just do it. I'm overthinking it by leaps and bounds, but that's just how I am. Yeah, unfortunately, there's not... I don't know. So I got the PC. The PC is on its way. It should arrive early next week. And we're obviously not going to switch directly over to a dual stream setup, because I need to get everything set up and figure out like how exactly that's going to work. I think I have an idea. Well, let me rephrase. I have an idea. I don't know that the idea is going to work. The big question or problem with it potentially is essentially running the video, the audio and video signal through too many like sources or too many rounds and kind of compressing it to death. So I need to figure out if that's going to be a problem. If not, then I think I have something we can use. But if it is gonna kill the video quality, then I need to figure something else out. I have too many monitors. I have too many computers. I have too much technology. I think we need to return to rocks. Let me clarify. We need to return to rocks that don't talk. I realize what that implies. I have 4 monitors and still feel sometimes that isn't enough. So I have 4 monitors. I have my work laptop with another monitor. And what I think I'm going to do is put a switch on that so the mini PC will connect to that monitor and I can just flip back and forth, you know, once work time is over. Technology does not need justification. All right, technocrat, go worship the Omnissiah somewhere else. Two work monitors too, a flexible arm, and put my phone in. Yeah, and then I have my iPad, which is sitting behind one of my monitors to serve as a webcam for VTube Studio, and it's just like, this is overkill. This is massive amounts of overkill. I literally have more computing power than I actually have use for all of it. It's just sitting here. I can't tell if this barrel is bored or not. One of the things that I have found, though, you know, dealing with my current computer and shopping for the mini PC, Next thing, an open AI orb. Yes, we shall consult the orb. One of the things that does kind of bother me about computers nowadays, I feel like it used to be more fun, frankly. Like, it used to be more fun to shop parts. It used to be more fun when new components came out. I feel like a lot of it, I don't know, some of it is definitely just, it feels like it's become sort of bloated and chaotic. But I think part of it also is just that we had like more, when a new graphics card or a new CPU came out, it was kind of a big deal, right? Because it's like, oh shit, what have they figured out now? What's the big new leap in evolution? And now it's like, yeah, you get like 0.2 gigahertz increased processing power. And my understanding is the 50 series GPUs from NVIDIA, like their raw processing power is not significantly higher than the 40 series. The main thing is just that the processor is like better at frame generation. Right? A lot of the sort of cheating systems, I'm gonna go ahead and call them cheating, that people have come up with recently, DLSS, FSR, and everything. The card is better at doing that, but it is not better at just like punching out frames, right? Hard encoding frames. I could be wrong about that, but that is what I understand. I was reading today that NVIDIA kept putting out patches trying to fix the 50 series cards that keep crashing. And then there's also that they just aren't necessarily putting out something when it's done, because I guess it's not just games. All of tech is like, yeah, we can just release it half-baked and we'll figure it out later. And that is why I don't trust Tesla, because Tesla is a tech company that makes cars, and I don't want my car getting patched. It's such a fucked up mentality. Like, it's dangerous enough with computers. Yeah, I'm not getting a 50 series. As long as my 4070 holds out, I'm just gonna stick with it. Maybe a 60, but I'm probably not gonna look at anything until the 70 series, because I have no reason to. We do patches because Teslas are. Yeah, that's fucking safe. Like games you can drive. I feel like some of the software engineers might actually think of it that way, and that scares me. I think for a long time, like 30 or 40 years, there was sort of this mindset of eternal growth in the tech sector, right? Like, there were new things being figured out, new innovations, new improvements on a yearly basis. And so it sort of became this mindset, this viewpoint of, yeah, the tech sector is great to get invested in, because there's always going to be something new happening. There's always going to be something new to buy or something to back. And it's very exciting. And I think over the past like decade or so, there's been a huge slowdown as people kind of hit hard limits on what a lot of the current technology is capable of doing. And so it's like, okay, what else have you got? And the magicians are just having to reach as deep into their pockets as they can for some new trick to dazzle the audience with. That's probably part of why AI has been pushed so hard, is like, look at the shiny new keys. Look at the shiny keys. That they're brand new, and this is gonna change everything, and it's gonna be so exciting. So give us your money. You know what they say about fools and their money. So yeah, I am hopeful. I am excited for the mini PC. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be a neat little thing. And I think it'll be cool to be able to to have a separate machine, you know, running the games, running the heavy lift software, right? And then everything else, VTube Studio, OBS, all of that, will be running independently. So it'll almost be like a free hardware. Well, I say free, I did have to buy the computer, but in terms of like the stream performance, it'll almost be like a hardware upgrade, right? That the sort of the full computational power of my PC will be freed up to do whatever game we're playing or whatever we're doing, rather than sort of having to split itself and balance itself between the game and the stream. And then, sorry, you guys get to sit here and listen to me like walk through my mental processes and be like, wow, they're fucked up. But that was honestly part of how I like, what the I hate you. It was honestly part of how I sort of justified the purchase to myself, right? Because you guys have been so supportive, right? Both, you know, being here and hanging out and everything, but also, you know, the bits, the subs, all of that. Oh yeah, that's good, mate. You gotta take care of your dick. You gotta have a nice strong dick. But yeah, the all the support that you guys have shown and all of the bits and subs and everything is like that. Isn't like I like to sort of look at it as the money that you guys send to me, I'm able to put back into making the stream better. So by that mentality, I sort of like to think that, you know, essentially I'm using that stream money to make a better setup for this. Hello, boss.
Oh, fuck! That is what I'm not thinking to do right now!
Fuck, that's a lot of stuff. Thank you, Mage, for the 185 biddies. That's very kind of you. So yeah, thank you guys, as always, for all of the stream support, for supporting me, for supporting the stream, for hanging out and just showing interest in the silly things that we do here. And I can stop. Thank you, boss, for the 114 biddies. 100 zombos and 14 corgis. I don't understand this mode of currency, but honestly, I'm kind of here for it. And the 750 points, we'll count that. Two ashes and blood. I got you, Sonic. Mage, no.
Oh, fuck! Why is this doing this?
Look what you've done. You've started a hype train. Why would you do that? I can't believe you've done this. Such hypification. This was not my intention. Alright, let's put a little more like scuff and mess and junk on here. There you go. So I do think it'll be a fun setup. Once we sort of figure out the bugs and everything, right? I was talking with my new lead, I guess we'll say. We were having a one-on-one today. And just sort of, you know, checking in, talking about how things are going. And, you know, he was sort of asking me about, like, work-life balance and everything. And, you know, I was sort of explaining my outlook on it. And he was telling me, it's like, you should take a vacation. Because, frankly, so I take some time off during the holidays, and sometimes I'll take like an extra day when there's a 3-day weekend, but I don't really take like vacation periods, and I probably should actually make use of the vacation days that they give me. And he made a very good point that, you know, if you take vacations, just kind of when, you know, not for a specific thing, right? Not for an event, not during the holidays, not on, you know, some predetermined day off, like a, you know, Memorial Day or whatever. Right? You just take a vacation of your own volition and say, I am affording myself this time off to not worry about work and just do something that I want to do. Rest or go somewhere, do something. It has sort of a different result, right? Like you're not sort of waiting until you're exhausted to go on a vacation. You are balancing the slack and tension better. And I was like, yeah, I hadn't really thought about it that way. I should do that. Really, the people of you today liked what they saw, but had some things they didn't like. I feel like that's going to be always the case, right? I feel like that's a them problem. I don't know. I don't think there's ever going to be like a perfect house or something, or a perfect anything for that matter. It's more a question of, you know, is whatever would need to get resolved something that they're up to dealing with, or do they want to try and find a better balance somewhere else? I think the biggest was the amount of money. Yeah, it did be like that, don't it? Having money in this economy? Shit. Really though. Yeah. Well, I'm sure you'll get a good offer though. I'm sure one of them will come together. And, you know, they might try and shop around for a little bit and decide, no, you know what, this is the best that we're going to get, and come back and say we want to go for it. Yeah. Yes, you are right. I do need to make use of it. I actually was thinking, one thing that's been on my mind, particularly since Pacific Drive, is, you know, I'll go out on my bike and I can look out and I can see the Olympic Peninsula from where I live. It's very big. It is surprising. It's always super weird because, you know, Seattle is a water city, right? It is right on the water. And so you kind of get this mentality of like, oh yeah, it's a coastal city, right? It's on the Pacific Ocean, it's on the West Coast, it's right there on the water, there's a bunch of water around it, it's a coastal city. It's like, no. You look at Seattle, and then there's, I believe it's Elliott Bay, and then you look out west, and there's mountains, like huge fucking mountains, and that's the Olympic Peninsula, and it is massive. Most of it is a nature reserve. It's a national park. I kind of want to go hiking there. I kind of want to take a couple of days and just like go out to the peninsula and wander around, take photos, explore it for a while. And come back and be like, very scenic, very beautiful, didn't get attacked by a tourist once, 10 out of 10. Used to be like my dad, who doesn't use it to the point his job is like, we are making you use timed leave. Okay, in my defense, I am more confident now, I think, than I have been in the past, that if I'm gone for like a week or two, the team is not going to like, run around with their heads cut off. The team is doing much better. I'm quite proud of them. I don't feel like I need to be there to monitor things as much as I did before. So yes, maybe now I can take some well-earned parent vacation time. Yeah, I don't know what half of this technology is. I'm just making shit up. This is not actual anything that's on the tank. It's just like the vague approximation of the right shapes. But that's okay. I don't think I'm gonna get anybody from War Thunder coming in and being like, actually, that's not how a Sheridan tank actually looks. And it's like, yeah, but Sheridan tanks normally also aren't driven by an elephant shrew, so shut the fuck up. Though there was a... So I started watching Andor, right? I watched the first episode and it was quite good, and I started watching the second episode. And... you know, I won't get into any specifics for anybody that's concerned about spoilers, but there is one scene with some Imperial ground vehicles in it. I know, shocking. You know, just like little, not even speeders, just like ground jeeps, whatever you would call them. You saw some of them in the first season, right? Just the little like hover things with the guns on the back and somebody drives it. So I was showing you guys with the Sheridan, this more modern version of it, right? It has this machine gun nest on it that has this big old machine gun, and then it has all this armor plating around it. But you compare that to an older model of the Sheridan, which has this machine gun, and it's just kind of up there, and they're like, I don't know, good luck. And I thought it was a very interesting, like, visual tell of the mindset of the Empire, that you have this little, like, hover jeep, right? It's got a driver, passenger, and a gunner. And the gunner is just kind of, like, standing on the back with this repeating blaster turret that they're just kind of holding on to. And there's no armor plating anywhere on it. The gunner is just completely exposed. And I thought it was, again, it's like, it's very fascinating because it speaks to the mentality of the Empire of, we don't need to put armor on this because who's going to shoot at our boys? If anyone actually takes up arms against this, we can just bomb you from orbit. The people on the ground in the repulsor jeeps and everything are not the threat. They're a promise. It's work with these guys or work with the Star Destroyer. True, the Imperial Army is 100% expendable and they don't give a fuck about them. So there's that too. It's good to be dedicated to a job, but once you get to a point you're going to lose that time and you have so much your job could get in trouble. Yeah, it's true. I know I gotta take vacation. I gotta take vacation time. I will. At some point this year, I think I'm gonna take some time off. I don't know if I'm gonna get, like, travel in, right? There are definitely places that I want to go, things that I want to see. I don't know that I'm gonna be able to like make the time, especially the way things are right now, to like travel internationally or anything. But I don't know, that Olympic Peninsula trip is definitely appealing. Definitely want to look into that more and see what that would be like. I'd like to make a trip out west someday. First, I've been to South Dakota. I've never been to South Dakota. It looks pretty, at the very least. I mean, I am biased to the Pacific Northwest. I'm not from the Pacific Northwest, so I don't have, you know, origin bias or anything. But, you know, I moved here and I'm like, yeah, I want to stay here. This is good. This works for me. I vibe with this place. The station thing. The presence of an armored vehicle is more confident the person isn't hiding behind more armor. I don't know, man. If you just have a laser blaster on top of, like, a beanpole, that doesn't exude strength to me. It looks... it looks very, like, this is what we had left over. Which, again, Imperial Army, that's probably accurate, but it doesn't have the same, like, pants-shitting presence as an AT-AT or something. I noticed I want to do more greebles, and I haven't really done any greebling with this so far, right? I'm not sure about that yet. Part of it is just figuring out, again, like, what actually goes on here? I guess we could put some, like, little hooks and handholds. Hey, Tenetic. How you doing? Happy Thursday. Happy May. Can you believe it? Three more days until May 4th. I know, I'm excited. We are going to try and get some art done for that. We're going to finish this up, and then we're going to see what we can do for some Star Wars Day art. I was going to be gripes about the AT-ATs. Why would they make something that important so tall and vulnerable? So... I will get into a longer diatribe in a second, but my expectation, my sort of read on the AT-AT is the same level of Imperial arrogance that we see throughout much of the Star Wars canon and much of their design, right? If you have a line of AT-ATs walking forward, firing their guns, with maybe some AT-STs interspersed to, you know, cover the flanks or the gaps between them. The frontal armor and forward firepower is such that there's not a lot that can really stand up to that. But it is running on the assumption that they are going to be facing another opponent or just mowing down opposition in front of them, right? The idea of dealing with an opponent that would come at them sideways just kind of doesn't factor in. And you could say, well, how is that possible? How could they, how would that not be a point of consideration? It's like arrogance. Praying for an X-Wing versus TIE Fighter game mode. A game mode in something, or like an announcement of a new game? In Fortnite. I was afraid you were gonna say that. Okay, chat, I'm gonna blaspheme. I'm gonna blaspheme and I'm sorry. But if they actually introduce an X-Wing versus TIE Fighter game mode in Fortnite, I would be very tempted to play it. Assuming that it's good. It has to be good. I'm not just gonna play it arbitrarily. I watched the teaser that I think you linked. The one that had Darth Jar Jar in it. I fucking still hate that. But I did watch that. You're right, and they did show, like, what was it? It was like TIE Fighters attacking the party bus. Imagine if they just, like, imagine if they use the Star Wars collab to just make Star Wars Battlefront. You just have Fortnite Battlefront and then you have X-Wings and TIE Fighters shooting overhead. I know this is a dumb argument too, but they have several instances of just off-the-ground levitation. For a planet like Hoth as well, those AT-ATs are getting stuck dozens of times, and that's so nice. Well, I mean, they managed. They managed on Hoth. I imagine... So I don't actually know what the limitations of the hover technology would be, but they might have also been looking at, like, swamp planets with, you know, deeper bogs that require elevation to stay above the waterline. As I know, Kashyyyk is simultaneous, like it's a forest planet, but there's also a lot of swampy, marshy areas on it as well. So navigating it on foot is very difficult. I don't know if a hover device would be able to, like, hover off the water, if it would just sink. That would be cool. Oh, no. If you're looking at the actual hard science of how Star Wars tech works, you're going to be amazingly disappointed. It doesn't. But it's cool as fuck, so who cares? You're better off, you know, watching Star Trek, who at least tries to explain how some of it makes sense. They don't always get it, but there is an attempt, right? I think my favorite point of comparison was, you know, a clip from The Next Generation where Geordi LaForge is, like, walking through the steps to make sure that the warp core is ready for, you know, a complete spool up and to go into warp. And it's like this just long checklist of making sure that everything is, you know, up and running and calibrated. And then Han Solo is just like, punch it! And the Millennium Falcon takes off. But look, no, none of it makes sense. Shield generators don't make sense. Lightsabers barely make sense. Jetpacks, I'm sorry, they don't. Mandalorian jetpacks don't work and they don't make sense. I'm sorry, I know they're cool, they don't work, especially with capes. No capes. AT-ATs are more about being imposing than actually being functional. Like, you can make neat little things to sort of hand wave and explain why something has the design that it does, and those are fun, and I like those, but it's also like, yeah, but none of the tech is actually there. The jetpacks would light the capes on fire, and then they would all burn to death. Honestly, watching Mandalorian, that bothered me so much. It's like, that cape is dead. I mean, but then you watch a freaking Mandalorian attack squad drop out of one of their ships and all kick off their jetpacks at the same time. You're like, this is so fucking cool. So, no, none of it makes sense. None of it works. I don't know why Mando to me is like someone you would think is a superhero. Because he has virtually impenetrable armor and a jetpack that lets him fly around like Iron Man. He is basically Star Wars Iron Man, but gives no fucks. Pretty sure based on the physics of the propulsion, they would fly a half circle and slam into the ground. Oh yeah, probably 100%. That sounds about correct. I'm not... I hope the movie's good. I'm not particularly, like, hyped for it, you know? I'm gonna wait and see what it looks like and what they do. My main concern at this point is it just kind of feels like we've got this character that's really popular, so we're gonna give them their own movie. I hope it's better than that, but that's kind of where it feels like it's coming from right now. I hope I'm wrong about that. But I'm going to remain cautious until we see more. Oh, so that diatribe that I was going to get into, since we're still on the subject of Star Wars, fuck it, we're going to go ahead and just start in. It's a little early, we haven't started on the drawing, but it's fine, whatever, I don't care. It's my stream and we're going to talk about Star Wars again. Yes, honey. So, I was looking at, like, reference material, trying to come up with some ideas for the drawing, and it got me looking at Star Destroyers, which are, again, incredible power projection. A Star Destroyer shows up and you're having a bad time, right? That's just kind of a given. So a Star Destroyer is 1,600 meters long. It is a mile-long moving battle station with a fighter complement of 72 fighters, 20 AT-ATs, 4 Lambda-class shuttles, and over 120 cannons. If a Star Destroyer shows up and starts shooting at you, you're going to have a very, very bad day. But what's really interesting to me about their design is if you look at the actual arrangement of a Star Destroyer's guns, more than half of them are on the dorsal side. They're on the top half, you know, the top flat end. Which means their primary arcs of fire are looking at shooting above, in front, and out to the sides. Imperial class Star Destroyers are predominantly designed for naval combat. And yes, I know, it's space. The Star Destroyer can just turn over. But that's not how Star Wars thinks, so shut the fuck up. Star Destroyers to me are an interesting example of planning for the last war, right? Star Destroyers came out of the Clone Wars. They replaced the Venator class. And during the Clone Wars, naval action was a frequent occurrence. You know, Separatist ships versus Republic ships, duking it out in large numbers was a frequent occurrence throughout the Clone Wars. So it made a ton of sense that that was something that they were concerned about and something that they would design for. But after the end of the Clone Wars, there really weren't any major naval actions. The Rebellion did not get into a fleet action until the Battle of Scarif, and then avoided fleet actions again until the Battle of Endor at the end of the war. Because they knew anytime they go up against the Imperial Armada, they lose. Right? So you have this massive weapons platform with a respectable fighter complement, right? 72 TIE fighters, bombers, interceptor mix is good. But it's approximately the same fighter complement as a modern day aircraft carrier. The Gerald Ford aircraft carrier, I think, can house like 90? I was looking it up earlier. I think it's 90 planes. So it's good, but it's kind of the right number of plane, or the right number of fighters to serve as an escort during a deployment, right? Star Destroyer goes on a patrol route for 8 months to a year, you know, policing a sector, and can deploy fighters to run scouting or deal with anything that shows up. But it's not gonna, you know, it's not the massive swarm tactics that would overrun an entire sector or be sufficient for planetary dominance. I forgot the name of the beast, but pretty sure the Star Destroyer armor is supposed to be made by the skin of the beast. Yeah, I don't think that's correct. There is not enough of any animal anywhere in the galaxy that they could outfit the entire Imperial Armada with its skin. I'll look it up, and it could be one of the older Star Destroyers, right? Pre-Republic or, you know, Sith era. But let me look just to verify it. I really want to know why people entirely stopped production of projectile-based weaponry. They proved through hundreds of previous wars that the way to fight the Jedi Sith are metal slugs because they can't deflect it with the sabers. They try and they get hit twice. My only guess would be because I don't know. I don't know if a lightsaber would just melt a projectile, depending on the size. Forward pursuit. Yeah, weaponry. Yeah, so heavy shield generators. It doesn't mention anything about the armament, but I'm pretty sure it's just metal. And I'm sure Palpatine wanted to use the skin of animals to decorate his Star Destroyers. The fucker's insane. Doesn't mean it would have actually worked. What if we strap the line of orphans to the front of the ship? Rebels wouldn't shoot at that, would they? Do it. So, what I find fascinating about the Star Destroyer is it is designed for fleet actions that never happened because the Rebel Alliance knew better than to try. They were too big and too slow to effectively respond to the Rebels' guerrilla tactics. The only way that they could hope to be effective was by being everywhere. Because the Rebels had the problem of, if they want to do something or be somewhere, but a Star Destroyer was there, they couldn't really maneuver around it, right? Man strapped himself to a machine and swapped, I think, 80% of his organs out when cloning would have been used to repair his body. Gonna make Palpatine and Grievous hit the gritty and no one is gonna stop. I feel like that's one of the most encapsulating sentences of 2025 and I hate it. Because you're absolutely right and I hate that. Okay. Mage. You are correct. You are correct. And I don't want to get into actual spoiler territory here, right? So I will go so far as to say there has been a lot of content post episode 7 that has gone to lengths to explain that. Either directly or indirectly. And while I know that's kind of not a great argument per se, I will say a lot of... So the mainline Star Wars content post-Disney acquisition has been kind of a dumpster fire. I don't think there's going to be a lot of debate about that. But a good amount of the side content, in my opinion. The cartoons, much of The Mandalorian. Frankly, I liked Ahsoka. I thought it was fun. A lot of that has honestly been quite good. So... And that is the content that I'm referring to, right? Clone Wars, Bad Batch, Mandalorian. Yeah, a lot of that does sort of, in one way or another, address that issue. Address that elephant in the room, right? Because Palpatine clones was a thing in Legends. That was part of the storyline. And that one to me is fine. I don't hate that the same way that I hate the... I mean, yeah, if you don't care, I can just tell you, right? I can just tell you what's up. but it would be spoiler territory, and anybody that is sort of waiting on finishing various Star Wars content or whatnot might want to avert their ears. Or you can just Google it. It doesn't really matter. I don't think Boru has any like markings or designs on his helmet. Oh, he does have a bullet hole. Never care about spoilers, probably forget it again. See, I get into that like very unfortunate state where when I hear a spoiler, a lot of times it will stick in my head because it's like so frustrating. I start to fixate on it and then I can't forget it. It's a curse. It's my cross to bear. But yeah, the TLDR is that the Kaminoans, the people that created the clones for the Clone Wars, were effectively the only ones that figured out cloning technology. And then when their technology, when their methods were no longer available to the Empire, there was a long string of failed attempts to recreate the efforts. So the short answer is Palpatine didn't clone himself because the cloning technology wasn't there. Now, I don't know. You want to call bullshit? That's fine, but that's the reason. Too low IQ still to understand cloning progress any way other than Django. Well, that's okay. You're not a Kaminoan. How are you supposed to understand it? I feel like there should be more on here. But sometimes less is more. Apparently in the actual movies they let out, he did try to transfer his consciousness to a clone, but it was too powerful for the clone, is why he was strapped to life support. Yeah, sure, why not? Alright, good night, boss. I hope you get some very good rest. I hope you have a really good start to your weekend. Everyone say good night. I'm sorry, Mage. I don't mean to be dismissive. I don't know. Something about that comes across as me as like, yeah, they tried to put me into a clone, but my dick was too powerful. Spent 25 years putting that little Skywalker shit inside a walking tin can, constantly poking him and electrocuting him. Now here I am, stuck in a chair, half my spine replaced by a metal arm. Can't even shit. That's what you call ironic. I'm sure there's a lesson to be learned here somewhere. But I'd rather just blow up the galaxy. But like the hell. Yeah, I don't know. At some point it just becomes like so comically evil. It gets into that territory of like playground arguments, you know? Of like, oh, well, actually, this is why he didn't die. What if Trump is having a Palpatine? I really don't want to get into politics, and I'm not gonna humor the thought beyond saying it wouldn't surprise me. And that is where we will leave it. Okay, I just want to take the hatch. We're just going to take the tail with it because I don't give a fuck. Oh, actually, you know what I need to do? We're gonna copy visible, paste it in place. Grab all that. Honestly, they just fucked so much up by having Palpatine in Episode 9. It was just dumb. It was dumb, it wasn't even fun. It was kind of fun just because the actor is always a delight, but everything else about it was just stupid. Written by that D&D player is a very good way to explain it. Yes. Yes, that is correct. There we go. That feels better. You just gotta sort of go around and clean this up a bit. I am gonna have to correct the tail more than I thought I was going to, but that's okay. I don't think we need the extended version. Let's just do this. So. I don't know. I think Star Wars has taught me a very valuable lesson about enjoying and appreciating the good parts of something, but also being able to acknowledge and roll with the bad parts, right? It's like Star Wars is good, except when it's not. And then it's really dumb. But you know what? That's okay. It can be both of these things at once. And we can still have fun with it. I'm realizing I need to move the shadow too. God damn it. I really like that gradient. It was so clean. Oh well. It's only good when war is involved. Well, good news. It's a big galaxy. There's always somebody trying to kill somebody else. I was only here because I was promised hugs and donuts. Donuts are on the side table. Help yourself. And welcome Midnight. Hope you're having a good Thursday and good start to the month. There we go. There we go. Alright, that's a bit better. I'm just gonna reduce it down somewhat. What I should probably honestly do. Yeah, the angle on it isn't quite good. I'm just gonna take this and kind of lower it a bit. Onion. There we go. sometimes feel like I'm funnier sitting in other people's chats than I am in my own chat. I don't know, I'll see stuff that other people are doing on stream and I'll just have like the perfect zinger, the perfect response to it, and then I get to my own chat and I'm just kind of like, did you guys watch the game? That sure was a good sports ball. Random kid in chat and runs away. Gorilla gifts! Pocket gifts! I love someone did the like Anakin and Padme meme of, you know, Anakin joins a Discord. It's like, oh, so glad to be here, and Padme's like, glad to have you. Can't wait to have you start like chatting and engaging with the community. And Anakin just opens the meme channel, and Padme's like, you're gonna chat, right? I'm in so many Discords and I just lurk there. Even the Discords that I'm like in the community, like I go watch the streams of people, I'm on the Discord and I'm like never saying anything. Occasionally be like, oh yeah, here's a drawing I did, I hope you like it. And then I just disappear again. And they're probably just like, who was that? That's not true. They probably don't think about me at all. True, there are some Discords that I'm in just to get access to the emotes. Like the Celeste Discord. Love those emotes. 10 out of 10. No nuts. That feels better. $100 for the stickers. Yeah, that checks out. Well, especially the huge community Discords. I don't know. I'm sure some people like to actually be in there and communicate with other members of the community, but it's a lot of times to me it's just kind of like, yeah, this is like way too big of a social group. I ain't engaging with this. There's nowhere for me to like find a way in, you know? No easy way to dive into things. Nope. Hello, Tisha. Happy May. Welcome in. Hope you've been having a good week. Hope you're ready for the weekend. Alright, let's go ahead and consolidate all this together, and then we can paint through these little awkward blendy bits. There are a couple. So like I'm on a couple of like 2 Discords just to sort of keep up with like Star Citizen news. I'm on 2 Discords to keep up with some Elite Dangerous news. You know, during the battle for Earth, I joined the Anti-Xeno Initiative Elite Dangerous Group to coordinate with them and figure out where the main fights were happening and sort of join up with people for that. And I don't really interact with the Discord much at this point, but I'm still on there just because it's a good way to sort of keep an ear on things. Maybe ready. Too introverted and antisocial unless the subject of discussion has my interest. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like, I don't know. It's there at your pleasure. If you're just there for the content, I think that's fine. If you do find a community that you want to interact with more, then that's great. But I don't think it's required in any way, you know? But I think anyone that does try to require it is being weird. The board does actually have whiskers, so we're gonna add those in. But over on this side, I want to make them like a bright orange, like they're getting lit by the backlighting. To be honest, I'm not ready for it to be May. I wish we could have like another week of April. I feel like that would be good. Especially with this art schedule. Kinda did myself in on it. It's okay, we'll figure it out. We're gonna figure it out, we're gonna have a good time. Okay, I feel like the amount of greebling that we've got now is in a pretty good spot. I don't think we need like a ton more, right? Double check the helmet and make sure that it's feeling pretty good here. I think this is some of what I was talking about, like if we can get this sort of radial hatching approach. Distinguish it a little bit and give a bit of a like surface texture. I think that'll help sell it a bit more. Thank you, autosave. Yeah, it feels a little bit better. It just has a better like texture to it. I feel like it's closer to sort of what you would expect for an army helmet or some shit. Let's try and soften it up a little bit in a few areas. And deal with like whatever that is. There we go. No, we didn't listen to that already. So we're gonna cheat. Because I wanted. No, we did listen to it. I'm stupid. Never mind. Never mind. What are we putting on next? Sure. Okay, what are we missing here? What do we still need? I feel like we've got a pretty good set of workings right now. So there's not a lot that we're really like in desperate need of. There we go. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I don't know. How's it looking to you, chat? Is there something I'm missing? Something I'm not noticing? Straighten this out a little bit. There we go. Okay, cool. I think that's a pretty good spot. Yeah, just gonna do one more look-see. I guess we could add a little like bolt right here. Cool. May 4th. Maybe ask, have I by chance played The Force Unleashed? No. No, I've never played that series. I guess it just never interested me that much. Which is kind of weird. But I don't know. Like I saw them. I know about them. But no, I never got around to them. Ooh, I like this song. Have you played them? I did play Jedi Fallen Order. I thought that was pretty good. I liked a lot of the sort of narrative of it. The mechanics I thought were okay. I wasn't a huge fan of it. There were a few things I was just kind of like, I don't know, thought it could be done better. But it was alright. I really would like to play Survivor. But at this point, I don't really have much confidence that the PC port is ever going to get sorted out. It seems like that's just kind of left for dead. Or left for shit, as the case may be. Long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. Renting them from Blockbuster. Now that's a name I've not heard in a long, long time. Long time. Just babble this out a little bit. It's almost mythical now. Yeah, what are you more likely to see, a unicorn or a still running Blockbuster? Occasionally, when digging through the deep places of the earth, you find relics of such forgotten pasts. Blockbuster membership cards. That VHS that you never returned. Much that once was is now lost. I should watch Star Wars on Sunday. I might just watch more Andor. But watching the original trilogy would be fun. Just have it on in the background. Okay, I think we're getting really close to done with this. I'm just kind of like massaging some of the surface details, right? Getting it feeling a little bit more broken up naturally, little tattered, a little scuffed. But I'm pretty happy with it overall. I don't normally do a lot of like hard surface drawings like this, so it's kind of nice to mess with it and try something a little bit different. And the next thing we're going to be doing is going to be a lot of that, so that'll be fun. What I think is, you know, sort of the reason that I am able to do it, I think, you know, there are definitely things to take into consideration, but the core principles, I think, of drawing are very universal, right? I don't think there's a lot of like things that you know, apply when you're trying to draw like a person or a horse or a dog versus when you're trying to draw like nature versus trying to draw technology or industry or something. There are definitely things that you need to make sure that you do, or things that you need to sort of pay more attention to, but like the core principles of perspective and lighting and surface treatment and all of that, I think are very universal, right? So practicing one thing does not mean that you're not gaining any skills in another. It all shares. I'm just adding a little bit of detail inside the barrel. I think that's pretty good though. Helmet's looking pretty good. Don't feel like we really need anything in there. We'll check the other drawing reference really quickly. We got the belt buckle. We don't really have any point of reference of what these pouches are, or like how they would open or anything, so I think we'll just leave that alone. We got the scar on the nose, looks pretty good. We can clean that up a little bit. And maybe a little bit of a break up to it. I'm not gonna get too, like, visceral with the scar tissue or anything, right? But there is a little bit of, like, a highlighting. Scar tissue tends to be very, like, sort of tight. So it's got a little bit of specularity compared to normal skin. Now, of course, Boru also has his fur on top of that, so it's, like, double layering. There we go. I'm gonna take just a little bit of this, a little bit of ear tuft right there. Oh shit, did I get rid of the tip of the ear? I think I did. Alright. Easy fix, easy enough fix. I'm just gonna put this on another layer. There we go. A little bit on the underside. Round out the shape a little bit, and then we just clear it out where we don't need it. Yeah, it's just a happy little accident. We just happy little blew his ear off. It's fine, right? He lost it in the war. It's storytelling. There we go. Okay. I think the last little thing I just want to... There we go. Kind of round this out some. Well, that was scary. I almost lost everything for a second there. I'm gonna save before that happens again. Okay. I dig it. I think that looks fun. I think that looks pretty good. So we gotta add the last little bit of detailing, right? So we're gonna come in like this. And we're gonna add another one. So we're going like this. Then we're gonna set all this to overlay. So this I think we can keep pretty high, right? Our sort of dark vignetting. And then the lights will knock down and the red glows will knock down. Yeah. Yeah, I think that works pretty well. I want to try one more thing. Just to see. Just to try. Just to see how it feels. We're gonna copy everything. We're gonna paste it. And we're gonna desaturate it. And then we're gonna bump up the levels. So the lights are brighter. And the darks are darker. And then I think we'll sort of push it like that. Well, maybe not quite that harsh. And then we'll add this into our post-processing stack and knock it down to like 20 or 30%. Just to bump the contrast of the drawing up a little bit more, right? Gives it that intense drama. What do you think, chat? How's that look to you? I think we can tie a bow on that. have that ready for the birthday streams tomorrow. Which means there's one more thing to do. There we go. Nice. Yippee! We did it. 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 I like this one. I'm quite happy with it. I think we knocked it out in a very good time. It's very dynamic. It's got a lot of fun detail, good lighting. You know what's crazy? You know what's wild about this whole thing? I went back because I was curious. So the first one of these we did, the drawing for Mookie, was April 10th. So it has been 3 weeks since we started working on these. And we did one for Mookie, for Coco, for Jin, for Ivy, and now for Boris. So we've knocked out 5 of these drawings in 3 weeks. Which is wild. I feel like even once I started getting a better cadence with my work, it was still taking me like 3 weeks to do a single drawing. Granted, you know, we've been doing drawing every stream for those 3 weeks, but it's still like, what? Alright, let's put this guy over here. I'm gonna get your spot in the victory corner. Then we're gonna come back here. I'm just gonna knock you over a little bit. Sorry, Boru. I need my canvas space. And then, where did I put my reference for all this? Alright. So, we're gonna be messing around with stuff here. I have an idea of what I want to do, but there's gonna be a lot of sort of fussing and figuring out and experimentation, right? So, bear with me. Alright, we're gonna be kind of taking this in an interesting sort of way. I hope it'll be fun. I hope it'll work. Dang it, that's not what I wanted to do. There you go. Okay, now we got our colors. Okay. Am I gonna do all this on one layer? Yeah, I might. Alright, and now that we are officially into the Star Wars Day part of it, it never gets old. I'm actually gonna darken this up even more. Basically try and sort of start from the negative and then we'll go from there. Is this right? Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is good enough. It'll work. I'm doing all this by hand. I could bring in like a bunch of model references and photo references and try and, you know, draw this out or like draw over. But I'm gonna try and do it by hand and see if we can get a satisfying result that way. And if it's still not coming together, then we'll change it up as we gotta. Okay, I'm gonna play this one, I'm gonna play the next one, then I'm gonna jump ahead in the playlist because it's chronological order, so it's starting with episode 1, and that's not where I want to focus. I will not say that the prequel trilogy is universally bad. That's hyperbolic. It's not universally bad, but it is dumb. It is dumb, and it does not measure up to the original trilogy. Okay. This is going to be a really interesting shot, and I'm going to have to figure out how this will work. But the fight sequences are awesome. Yes and no. I think it was Red Letter Media. It might have been Red Letter Media that had a very good explanation. So there are two things about the fight sequences in the prequel trilogy that in my mind are not as good as in the original. I will fully acknowledge that the very first lightsaber fight in A New Hope between Obi-Wan and Darth Vader, it does not age very well. There's a lot of technical limitations that they were dealing with in terms of the physical lightsabers that the actors had to use and how fragile they were, so they couldn't do a lot with it. You know, it doesn't help that Alec Guinness was pretty old at the time and couldn't do a bunch of like fight choreography. That certainly put a damper on things. And, you know, that fight is actually much better now with decades of canon that has, you know, lent gravitas to that encounter, to that reuniting of these two characters with so much history. But at the time, yeah, it wasn't nearly as impactful because you don't have that emotional connection to the two of them. Not nearly in the same way as we do now, right? But that leads me into point number one. Point number one, the choreography of the lightsaber fights in episode 1 is pretty good. But what is the emotional connection, like the emotional weight of these characters fighting each other? It's virtually nothing. It's like, oh, this person has a red lightsaber, that means we have to fight him. Or he's in our way, so we have to fight him. Right? There really isn't any understanding, and there's no attempt made to understand who Darth Maul is before they start fighting and ultimately kill him. Right? It just kind of happens. Okay, I feel like this angle is about right. I keep kind of going back and forth, but I think this will work. You know, compare that again. The fight in New Hope doesn't hold up as well. That's fair. But you know, you have the fight sequence in Empire Strikes Back, right, where Vader has been established as this dominating presence that everyone is afraid of. You know, everyone has told Luke, if you go and fight Vader, you're going to lose. And not only that, if you lose to Vader, we could lose everything. We can't afford that. Don't do it. And he's like, I'm gonna go do it anyway. Right? So there is a lot of stakes. There's a lot of weight. There's a lot of, you know, emotional connection and impact between the two of them. And the fight, very appropriately, pauses a lot to think about that, to weigh in on it and give the characters time to have dialogue and respond to each other. Compared to Duel of the Fates, where they never talk to each other once, right? I'm pretty sure if you took the entire Qui-Gon, Maul, Obi-Wan fight and ran through the entire thing from start to finish, the only word that would be spoken was Obi-Wan screaming no when Qui-Gon got stabbed. Everything was about the fight choreography. Dooku was arguably a little bit better just because we had more establishment of Dooku as a character by the time the fight starts, right? But we still don't really get to see that much of him or appreciate that much of him. He's kind of almost boiled down to a villain of the week, and then dies immediately in Revenge of the Sith, which solidifies that position. And then you get Grievous, who again looks cool, is nothing compared to his fight in Clone Wars, the animated shorts by Tartakovsky. King, bless. I'm trying to decide if I want to have a Superstar Destroyer in here. I think I do. It'd be nice if I could actually spell it. There we go. I know, Tishal's just like, I really like the fight sequences, and I'm like, let me run an episode-length explanation of why you're wrong. No, you're wrong! Okay, but so yeah, a lot of the emotional connection in the prequel fight sequences, in my opinion, is lacking, right? The best one we get is Anakin versus Obi-Wan at the end, and it runs a little bit too long, and once they start swinging the swords, they stop talking to each other. Not that the dialogue leading up to the fight was doing a ton of work, but at least there was some sort of communication happening between the characters. After a while, they just give up and start swinging swords until one of them catches on fire. You know, my favorite fight in the entire trilogy, bar none, is Return of the Jedi, right? The entire sequence of Luke, at war with himself, trying to decide whether to kill the Emperor, Vader, wanting to reunite and reconcile with his son, but like not in a noble way, in a like this is still the only path forward that I know sort of way. And then, you know, ultimately making that decision knowing that he's going to die, that saving Luke and stopping Palpatine is more important. That whole, like, effectively monologue of Vader trying to goad Luke into fighting and threatening, you know, his sister is such a good scene. And it has nothing to do with the actual fighting, right? Like, violence in entertainment is a dialogue between two characters. Is it a way, it is a form to have two characters communicate. There are a lot of ways that you can have dialogue in entertainment, but combat is one of those. There's dialogue and fights during The Force Unleashed. That's good. The one problem that I will say, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to like pick apart every argument you make, T-Shell, or every statement, but in like Project Wingman, right? They were doing a ton of storytelling during the missions, and I was so busy like tracking targets and dodging missiles, I don't remember half of what they said. It is an honest problem that a lot of video games run into of how do we balance entertaining gameplay with being able to deliver a story, right? Because if the player is too preoccupied listening to the story, then they can't do the gameplay. And if they're too preoccupied by the gameplay, they can't pay attention to the story, right? So you're kind of just stuck in the middle constantly with these things. I want to change the perspective on these. They're too... That's better. And we see more of the ship, which is always more fun. Okay, so the other point number 2 about this is a fucking thesis paper. Point number 2 about why I don't like the prequel fights as much. I think a lot of the animated series actually do this much better. In much the same way that the emotional impact of these characters with like no history between them just kind of falls a little bit flat. I find like some of the choreography is very good and some of the choreography is overly stylistic. There's a lot of pomp and flourish in the way that the characters like move and swing at each other, which is like if the other person actually stopped moving entirely and made no attempt to dodge or block, would this attack land? Would this attack hit anything? Or would it just sail through open air? And there's too much of that happening. I want to see more like intent to kill in the choreography. And I do think the sequel trilogies did that a bit better. I think a lot of the cartoons did that very well. And it was kind of fun because like in Rebels there was more of a almost fencing approach in a lot of the lightsaber combat style. You know, what Kanan, the style Kanan utilized felt more like fencing. You know, whereas some of the other styles were more like kendo or EI driven. So it was kind of cool seeing like different animation directors sort of get their stab at doing a lightsaber fight and being like, I want it to look this way, but they still get that like good sense of impact and visceral intent, which I don't feel like the prequels did a good job of selling. Now, the one argument that I will sort of lend in support of the fighting style of the prequels is, I think, if this was sort of a period where the Force was stronger, right, and there was more sort of connection to it, then the argument could be made that, it's not so much like, oh yeah, we gotta swing to kill constantly. It's more like just sort of following through the motion of the Force, waiting for the opportune moment and then striking. You could make that argument. I don't feel like it's a great argument, but it's there. It's something that you could posit. Right? Like in Return of the Jedi, Luke pushes Vader out onto the bridge and knocks him over, and he just starts hacking at Vader. He's gonna kill a motherfucker. There is no finesse, there is no drive, there's no like pretty flourishes or cool choreography. It is a dude that has nothing but murder in his heart. And that is far more impactful to me. It says a lot more. Okay, that feels pretty good. I'm liking where we're at. So yeah, that is all my opinion. You do not have to agree with it, but that is sort of my stance on the choreography and fight design of the prequels. I am going to defeat you. You will try. Flies into the air like a helicopter. See, the saddest part is you're joking, but then the Sith Inquisitors have those spinny lightsabers that actually let them fly like helicopters, and I don't know how that works, and this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. It's so bad. Rebels, I love you, but what the fuck was that? Why did you do that? It would have been so much better. You just see dudes fucking Mary Poppins away. And the good guys are just like, I don't know how to respond to this. What are we even looking at? What are we doing here? Can we go now? The Sith Inquisitors were very cool. I actually do like them a lot. Like, as a concept, their visual design, all of that I thought was very good. No complaints, no notes. Except for the helicopter lightsabers. That was fucking dumb. I gotta draw a line in the sand somewhere. And we found it. We found the line. Maul spun his saber manual in the air to flee from Qui-Gon. He's just like, oh fuck this, I'm out. Palpatine is just watching the whole fight through the Force, is like, you have learned well, my apprentice. You have mad style points. Yes. I'm just kind of trying to block out the shapes and planes, right? We're not going to get too much into the details yet. More just get a good sense of like what all's going on here. Better physics than Wood and Boba Fett. Yeah. Yes. Look, there's a reason that didn't make it into the movies. Probably could have blocked out one of these destroyers, and then I'll just leave that one as a placeholder. We'll put the detail on this one and then we can just copy it over. Maybe put a little bit of detail, a little bit of distinction between the two of them, right? Okay, let's get back to the hero character here. I'm gonna start putting some more fun bits and bobs into it. Again, we gotta sort of start getting that like planar breakup. I was listening to an interview of Liam Neeson. He said during the first recording of the mall fight, the director had to call cut because they all started making the laser sounds. Look, if I had the opportunity, I would too. It's like, we get to be in a Star Wars. The fuck I'm not gonna pass this up. Besides, you gotta have those takes, right? You gotta get all the jitters out so you can do the actual one. Could you imagine Star Wars without John Williams? Because I can't. I can't and I don't want to. Not a wooden ship, but other. The fair wind from the Jedi Lords era. The way you put that makes me nervous. Oh, interesting. Okay, so the top of it is only as thick as the canopy. That's fair. I appreciate that you guys haven't all left. It's like, oh god, they're talking about Star Wars again. Bail, bail. There's a brick hitting a glass window. Probably about as much elegance as the concept had. Oh god. So my family sent me the Lego Star Wars Advent Calendar this past holiday. And it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a little Advent calendar. And it's got 24 little boxes. And you open a box each day, and it's got a mini Lego kit, just like a couple pieces. Some of them were minifigures, some of them were ships. So you just open it and you get a little Lego kit each day. And I still have most of them on my desk, and occasionally I'll just grab like the X-Wing and the TIE Fighter. I'm just like, pew, 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 pew. because they're just fun. They're just fun. They're just fun little Star Wars bits. Should probably put more environmental lighting into this. Top 3 favorite ships. Well, X-Wing's at the top. X-Wing is at the top, no question. End of discussion. Probably the Naboo Starfighter for number 2. I really like that one, and as much as I will give the prequels no end of grief, some of the ship designs were very, very cool. And then beyond that, I don't know. There's a bunch that could take number 3. I like the Razor Crest from Mandalorian. That one's really cool. Yeah, I don't know what number 3 would be. Maybe the Razor Crest. Honestly, and I know this is blasphemy, I don't hate the Millennium Falcon. I think there's a lot about the Millennium Falcon to enjoy, but it is not one of my favorite ship designs. I've never been a big fan of asymmetric ship designs, for one, so having the bridge off to the side like that doesn't do a lot for me. I don't know. It's okay. I just don't love it, you know? I love, like, you know, everything that the Millennium Falcon has done for science fiction, right? All the sort of inspirations that have come off of it and everything. I'm not going to try and take away from that legacy, but the ship itself is like, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what my number 3 would be. I will say the Naboo Starfighter showing up in Mandalorian, I did not care for that. I thought that was a really weird choice. Like, it just doesn't fit the same role as the Razor Crest. So it's just like, why is this here? It feels very fan servicey. It didn't make sense from like a narrative standpoint to me. Didn't enjoy that part of it, but it's whatever. There we go. It's like, why isn't it drawing? Oh, you know what? I need to save. I have not saved yet. Use it for transport and transit, but there's no cargo space on this Naboo Star. Exactly. Like, the Razor Crest was the ship that he was living out of a lot of times. Like, anytime he went on a mission. And it's like, these starfighters are not comfortable for sleeping. There's no head. Where does he shit? What are the living accommodations on this, my guy? I actually need to move the cockpit over a little bit. What part of the movie was this from? Oh, it's the rescue sequence. I was like, I recognize the song, but I couldn't place the scene. It's when they're stuck in the prison. He just leans back and ejects it. Just ejects it into the torpedo tube. God, that's cursed. Sorry, Mando. I'm pretty sure Beskar Steel isn't gonna do anything to help with the smell. That was always one thing. Come to think of it, they almost never address any of what they do for restrooms. Only that of the wildlife. That's true, because poop jokes are funny. I don't know. Maybe they figured out the technology that they don't have to poop anymore. $20,000 years as a spacefaring civilization? Gotta figure out toilets at some point, right? I mean, what is it all for otherwise? What's the fucking point? That's why the milk is blue! We've cracked the code, chat. Someone get Disney on the line. We've solved it. We're gonna post to Twitter, and George Lucas is just gonna be like, you solved the great mystery, and then he just fades away Jedi style. Returns to the Force. Okay, so as we're figuring this out, we just gotta correct some of the perspective fuck-uppery that I have done. Well, not fuck-uppery, that's not correct. But some of it is not accurate, and we gotta go in and fix it. As you will, Mage. I appreciate you hanging out. I hope you get some very good rest, and I hope you have a really good start to your weekend. Happy Mage-u. Everyone say goodnight. Yeah, there we go. That's a bit better. Excuse me. May it be a good month. And now I flee having said that stupid joke. Oh, I'm sure we will get so many more. So many more jokes and puns. It is inevitable. Okay, I'm putting a lot of like attention and detail into each of these, and I kind of need to just stop doing that for right now, right? We're roughing things out, and I need to just let the rough be rough. Like, that is enough to understand the composition, right? We don't need to get really into the specifics of how well is this, like, capturing the design and look of the X-Wing. It's just like, yeah, that sits well. Or it doesn't sit well. You just kind of get a good, like, size comparison on each of these. Yeah, I was saying to my roommate, one of the things that I do appreciate about a lot of the recent media, recent Star Wars stuff, there had been, for a very long time, sort of a contingent of fans that kept saying that they wanted to see, you know, Star Wars stories telling the Imperial perspective, right? The perspective of good people in the Empire trying to make it work, you know, getting by, doing what they can. You know, how do they square that? How do they reconcile it? You know, what's going on around them? And I feel like a lot of the recent shows and movies and whatnot have basically said they don't, right? The very design of the Empire is so inherently evil, rewarding the power hungry and the cruel, that you either become evil, you either become part of the dark side of the Empire to climb through the ranks and gain more control, or you hit a breaking point, you realize, I can't do this anymore, I need to do something about it. And there's effectively no in-between on the two, right? I'm actually gonna do one more. So I feel like that particular sort of argument, that particular sticking point in the community and the fandom has largely kind of shut up. Honestly, I'm kind of happy about that. I'm kind of glad it's not really something that anyone really seems to bring up or talk about anymore. I feel like I want one more X-Wing, but I'm trying to figure out where I want it to go. All I want to do is make the galaxy a better place. The galaxy has to make such a fight about it. I just don't understand why they gotta be so ungrateful. Don't they see all the good that we're trying to do? Maybe something like that. It's just like, you gonna eat that? Yeah, no? Dibs. Okay. I don't like this one just because it's kind of... It's interrupting the roll. right? I sort of want this like impression that all of the fighters are sort of going in sequence or following each other in. Right, so like this one is sort of getting ready to follow this one, right? Like this one is leading, and then that one, and then this one. So yeah, I think we're good with 4. I think we're good with 4. We're gonna put enough other interesting elements in that we shouldn't overcrowd it with a bunch of foreground characters or anything. Good. Oh, still got paint on. That helps some. Old Ben Kenobi. You rapscallion. Good. Alright, good start. We'll work more on the clouds. I just wanted to kind of like throw that idea on the board, right? I'm just sort of trying to block a bunch of stuff out. Trying to imagine ships following the shapes of other languages. Oh god, the kanji wings. Fucking kill me now. The Ka wings. Ki wing would actually be pretty cool because that would be like, it would be like a T, but it has another crossbeam. That would be kind of cool. The Ah wing would actually just be a pretzel. Here comes the Soba Fighter. It's just like a giant mishmash of random metal with guns poking out of it. Actually sounds like a ship out of EVE Online, so there might be precedent. There might be something that we can work off of there. Long brush. The cuneiform fights. Yeah, they all just fly into each other and try and stab each other. It's incredibly violent. Now, you know what's really weird and fucky? So we know in canon that the ships are classified by English letters, right? There is a point in Empire Strikes Back where an officer comes to Vader and says, "Incoming fighter X-Wing class." But they use a different alphabet. So what the fuck is an X to them? What does that mean? It doesn't mean shit. Braille fun. Get out. How dare you? You see, once we have sort of the composition more blocked out, we have a better idea of where we want stuff to go, then we can start to worry about like getting it to look more like the actual thing, right? But for right now, early on, it's more important just to understand sort of where everything needs to go. See how quickly that just sort of starts to come together? One of the things that I think really good illustrators get good at, for lack of a better term, is understanding when they actually need detail, where the important parts, like what needs to really be focused in on, and get a lot of high fidelity, and what can just kind of be a bunch of sketching. You don't need to go hyper detailed photorealistic on everything, right? You can get away with a lot. Okay, somehow that was all one sketch. Can't believe you. Right now, mostly, particularly on this front ship, just concerned with like the plane breakup, planar breakup, get the right structure of the ship feeling there, and then we can go back in and we can start adding like the little paint marks and the panel breakup, the greebles, the things that make it feel more like a ship of its actual size. Right, like I was trying to find interesting little elements of breakup and whatnot on the Sheridan to do for Boru's drawing. I found a few, but without going in and doing like a bunch more of the machinery was kind of hard, honestly. And this is much more ILM freaking loves their greebles to death. They will put so much surface detail on it if you give them the opportunity. I'm just gonna sort of try and keep the frame of the canopy as the brightest element, right? I feel like that's a good... Well, I'll go ahead and show you what I have in mind. Actually, let me find a bit of reference real quick. What I want to do here... Yeah, that'll work. Is essentially... We're gonna have a little bit of like character storytelling, not a ton, but I want to sort of roughen the impression of the cockpit, right? We can sort of see like the helmet of the pilot in here. You can get a little bit of orange for the jumpsuit. What is the... They just have the one, yeah, they have the one joystick in the middle, so it kind of be going like that. And then maybe he's like hitting some buttons with this arm. Right, so we're sort of getting like this guy with this squad getting ready to go in on 3 Star Destroyers because, yeah, I'm sure that'll go fine. Alright, what's the worst that could happen? I'm just gonna put this on the reference board. Okay, I feel like we've got a lot of it blocked out now really well. What I am gonna do, which I'm not really gonna get into until we have sort of all of our more core elements, I do want to add in the intensity of the fight, right? I don't want to give the implication of like, yeah, it's 3 Star Destroyers and 4 X-Wings and that's everybody that's here. I want to put in more like tiny details of other ships buzzing around and shooting at each other and blowing stuff up. But I feel like a lot of that is just to kind of put it in as a rough example. It's just gonna be like dot, dot, pew, 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 right? It's gonna be so tiny that it's like you really can't even see it. So I feel like I'll leave that one there just as a reminder to do it. But it's really probably not going to be something that I get to until towards the very end of the drawing. Alright, boys, we dropping. We dropping like flies, you nerf herder. Shut up and run the mission. We gotta take out those shield generators. I was thinking about this. So I was riding my bike and I was thinking about how would shield generators work? And the conclusion that I came to is that they don't. Like, if you wanted to make an actual shield generator, I don't think it would work. What you would probably have would effectively be a very, very powerful electromagnet that just projects a magnetic field around your ship in an attempt to deflect metallic projectiles or dissipate energy bursts, right? Which admittedly you might want to do that anyway to protect, to provide shielding from solar wind. and small projectiles that could harm the ship, right? It might not be a bad idea just in terms of general space travel. But for something with the capability to actually stop a ship or stop a weapon, I think you're going to be very hard pressed. Yeah, immediately just everyone dies from radiation burns. I don't think... Right, so honestly, I don't know how much electromagnetic fields affect human cognitive performance. I don't know if that would like mess with the human body. What I sort of figured during my ride, right, was one, a projectile going at multiple times the speed of sound, or if you're firing it in a vacuum, probably a small fraction of c, the speed of light, right, is not going to be dissuaded by a magnetic field that's at most a couple of meters thick. You might slow it down slightly, but you're not going to stop it. You might be able to alter the trajectory ever so slightly, but it's not going anywhere. So, how much are you really getting out of putting all of this power into running the shield? Probably not nearly worth it, right? That's kind of my thinking. Two, you're creating this extremely powerful magnetic field surrounding your ship, which is going to play complete hell on all of your sensors and communications. So once your shields go up, you're effectively flying blind. Which, you know, like if you look at like Battlestar Galactica or The Expanse, the Vipers do fly. Is it fly by wire? Right, they use optics. They have canopies. They fly around. They sight their targets. They shoot their targets. But the bigger ships, everything is sensor driven. Everything is just looking at, you know, LiDAR readouts and looking at icons on a map. So if you fuck up your sensors by generating a massive electromagnetic field in the vain hope that it will slow down a projectile by a fraction of its speed, the trade-off is not there. It does not make sense to try and run that. So, I don't know. I don't see a way that an actual shield generator makes any sense. Any way that it would work. Which sucks. It's become such a staple of science fiction that it's just kind of like, well, you have to have shield generators, right? It's like, no. they kind of don't. That's close. It's not perfect, but it's close. I think the wing position is just a little bit off. Also, the X-Wing has more of a belly than I think a lot of people give it credit for. There's like a bit of an undercarriage. It's not just nose all the way to the back. Thank you, Teashel. I'm glad you like it. I appreciate you hanging out and chatting about all the silly nerd shit. I hope you have a really good evening and a really good start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. Good. Yeah, we'll clean that up. It's, you know what I think a big part of it is? I think the wings are open too wide. I think this one has to come down. Oh, is this gonna work? Kind of. You know what? Fuck it. Just get rid of them. We'll redo it. It'll be fine. There we go. Alright, that's a bit better. And yeah, we've lost a little bit of the ship's design, but it's redeemable. You can save it. Yeah, sort of the idea that I originally had for Star Wars Day was more sort of in the vein of my Old Republic characters, the ones that I never ended up playing because I didn't like the game. But, you know, I had sort of come up with these character ideas that I still like quite a bit, and it would have been more sort of exploring them a little bit visually. But, like I said, it would have involved drawing like 3 characters in a few hours. It's like, I don't think we're gonna pull that one off. So I feel like this is fun. One, it's a new thing for me, right? I don't do a lot of like hard surface and tech drawings, so it definitely, you know, challenges me to do a couple of new things. And 2, you know, with all the sort of sci-fi games, space games, Star Citizen, Elite that I've been thinking about a lot, it kind of scratches that itch a little bit at the same time. You know, get some cool spaceship action going on. Kind of a win-win. Okay, I'm still not super happy with that X-Wing, but we can leave it for now and just... Oh, actually, fuck it. You know what? Fuck you. Undoes your X-Wing. Okay, so yeah, this wing is basically going to be like parallel to the camera, and that one's going to be a bit higher. And then this one will be like that, and then this one would be sort of behind like that. Yeah, so we'll have this guy kind of doing like a rollover. Yeah, it's a bit better. It's still not quite reading the right way, but it's closer. Yeah, I think if we like rotate the image just so we can see it a bit more. Da, 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 da. Yeah, and then the other wing I think is just going to be behind the body so we can't really see it. Yeah, that's feeling better. Still gotta clean it up, but I like the position of it better. I think it gives that better sort of storytelling of like rolling into the attack compared to what we had before. Okay, I want to focus a little bit on the Star Destroyer because it's looking a little silly down there. It's looking a little bit kindergarten drawing. I'm just going to focus a little bit on getting it some more design and attention to detail. So my argument for why John Williams is the best composer of all time doesn't even come from Star Wars. It comes from Harry Potter. Like okay, so Star Wars would not be the same without John Williams' score. Right? The work that John Williams did for Star Wars, like, is essential to the experience of the series. Right? So that is critical. The thing to me is that a lot of the music in the Harry Potter movies fits it so well that I can't even imagine the book series without his music. Right? It's just the right music. It is like it was always there from the beginning, and it just took a while to manifest. I feel like to have an understanding of a project and the music that it needs and be able to create it that perfectly is like, yeah, no, that's why he's the GOAT. End of discussion. Da, da, da. You know, I don't think anywhere in the secret plans to explain how to destroy the Death Star, I don't think Galen ever explained, like, yeah, once you get that torpedo in the exhaust port, you have, like, 5 minutes to get as far away from this thing as you possibly can. I don't think there was a timer included in the instructions, so I feel like they had to fire the shots like, let's haul ass. We gotta go. It's kind of a suicide mission. Yeah, Ursa was kind of just in a boat of like, this is what we got, good luck. And my understanding, I again, with all these things, I could be wrong. A lot of this is just stuff that I recall hearing at some point. So, you know, I might be wrong. But, you know, Ursa basically sort of set up this design with this inherent flaw, you know, knowing and intending that it would be exploited and allow the Death Star to be destroyed. It could be like, well, why didn't you make something easier to hit? But what I understand is that he like had to fight very hard to keep the exhaust port in the designs of the Death Star. Like, there were other engineers that tried to point out, it's like, we don't actually need this in here. This is just superfluous. And he had to, like, get them reassigned or silence them in some way so that nobody caught on. But if it became too big, then more people would notice. If it became too obvious of an element, then more people would question why it was there. So it had to be small enough to not attract attention, but big enough to be usable. It's like, why didn't you make something easier to hit? I would fucking have loved to. But they would have shot me. That's looking better. More like it, at least. I also appreciate it. So, Rogue One was a lot of filling in plot holes, right? There was a lot of like, well, why is this the weak spot? Here's how that came about. Why are you attacking the Death Star with like a dozen ships? It's like, oh, that's what you had left. The rest of the fleet is basically gone, and you've got the survivors, and you're just, well, like, I guess we send it. That's fine. But again, it goes back to my point about the Star Destroyer, that the only reason the attack worked at all is because the Empire built the defenses of the Death Star to withstand fleet action, right? No battleships or cruisers or destroyers would be able to go up against the Death Star. Its surface defenses would rip them apart as soon as they got close. But you send a bunch of fucking snub fighters at it, and yeah, some of them get shot down, but most of them are able to just sort of weave through its turret mesh and start just shooting at the surface. Granted, there's not a lot that they can do if it weren't for the exhaust port, but by rights they shouldn't have been able to do anything. But the Empire was just so arrogant and confident that it was, what does it matter if snub fighters can attack us? They just get so fat. They're so self-assured that every move is unopposable. I think this should actually maybe be darker. That looks pretty good. I don't want to get too, like, again, I don't want to get too into the weeds with the Greebles and, like, the exact design of the shield domes and all that bullshit. But, you know, just making sure that we have a good read on, like, the overall shape of it. I think that works very well, right? I think that looks pretty good. And then I'm just going to grab a cooler color for the super. Right, knock it into the background. All that goodness. I mean, what the fuck is the point of the Super Star Destroyer? The thing's a flying city. It serves almost no function in a combat scenario. It is too big to do anything in a lot of the cases. It's just there. It's there to be imposing. I'm sure it can house an insane number of fighters in smaller vessels. But honestly, yeah, it kind of sits more as like a mobile command center than an actual ship of the line. Weird. Weird and kind of useless. Okay, I'm also gonna be so fucking like lazy and inaccurate with the design of this thing because one, it's super far away, right? So you're not gonna see a lot of the details. And two, as a point of reference, here's the actual model, right? From Empire Strikes Back. Look at all this. Look at all this random ass bullshit just sitting on the top. There's no rhyme, reason, or structure to it. It's whatever. It's whatever I feel like doing. So fuck it. It's actually interesting looking at the model. There's almost like a pit to it. This whole like center city island thing is like inset in some places behind the superstructure. That's weird. So you can do like that. And then there's a few places where it's gonna like come up above the superstructure. Be visible like that. Kind of have more. So yeah, it seems like there's sort of a forward tower. Or not forward tower, but sort of like a forward club cluster collection. Right, sort of goes like that. Can you imagine feeling like no one would be foolish enough to attack it? I think that's a lot of it. I think that is the arrogance. I think that is the presumption of if we project enough power, if we put up such an indomitable wall, no one is going to attempt to break it. Because no one can match the level of raw output that would be necessary to do that. Again, like, the rebels tried very hard to avoid ever directly engaging Star Destroyers, right? Because it was a fight they knew they would lose in a lot of cases. So as long as the Star Destroyer was, you know, there and ready to engage, then they're golden. But that requires the Star Destroyer to just always be everywhere. The Star Destroyers need to be regularly positioned as a deterrent throughout the galaxy. They're not a response force, they're preemptive. I suppose you could do that, but it sounds horrifically expensive. Prohibitively expensive, even. Which, as my roommate pointed out, their answer to that was the Tarkin Doctrine with its capstone, the Death Star, right? You make a weapon that is so omnipresent, such an unavoidable threat, that nobody can hope to do anything about it. If you step out of line, if they sniff treason, they blow up your planet. And that's the end of the story. So everyone just needs to get in line or get blown up. Frankly, at that point, it wouldn't surprise me if they started retiring parts of the Imperial fleet. So, like, we don't need you to police the entire sector anymore. The Death Star will just show up and destroy it if necessary. Getting a little lost in the weeds here, but it's okay. I'm just sort of trying to figure out how we're gonna break some of these elements up, right? I also have the shot of the Star Destroyer, the Super Star Destroyer from Return of the Jedi as it's starting to capsize. The other part, I love that shot when you think about it, because the A-Wing crashes into the bridge, right? And the ship rolls over and starts to go down and collides nose first into the Death Star. like it's crashing downwards. But they're in space. So it's not so much that it, like, lost power and succumbed to gravity. It's more like they just lost control of it. And it just went in a direction. Which I don't know why, but it's kind of silly to me. Again, like, because of just the way Star Wars functions as a fantasy, I think I need to make the deck on the Star Destroyer actually a little bit bigger. Just because of the way that Star Wars fantasy works, I feel like they just, you know, everything behaves like planes, right? There is an up and down, everything has pitch, roll, and yaw. I think that's fine. I think that's fun. I don't have any complaints about that. I'm not going to get on their case about it or anything. It's just kind of funny to me when you have situations like that where it's like, wait a minute. There we go. Yeah, just a little bit bigger. Yeah, we're gonna have to spend a lot of time dressing up these Star Destroyers to make them feel more like what they're supposed to. That's okay, we'll get there. That's what Saturday's for. Right now, primary concern is just making sure that all of the blocking out makes sense. Everything is where we want it to be. And the overall, like, feeling and composition of the piece is correct. I do think we're getting there. I think we're getting in a very good spot with it. Do I want to mess with the perspective on the X-Wing more? Maybe a little bit. I'm probably gonna break something here, but that's okay. I don't think you can actually tell that much the way that I did that. Yeah, here, rather than try and transform it, let's just do it more by hand. So what I want to do is to get a little bit more of like a forward angle on some of these parts, right? So we're going to bring a little bit of dimension back into the drum of the engine. Yeah, there's not a lot of gap between the body and the drum, so I think the position there is about correct. And then the real sort of kicker is going to be getting the angle on the canopy to sit where we want it to. Right, so just tilt that back a little bit. Roll that over a little bit. Reposition that. And part of the benefit, right, of not spending a lot of time on anything is you don't get into sunk cost fallacy, right? You don't feel like, oh, but I spent so much time trying to get that to look just right and be the right shape and the right placement. It's like, no, it was like 10 minutes tops of work. Fuck it. Trash it, replace it, do it better. I'm just kind of going back and forth. This is not the right brush for this technically. I should go back to using the one with some taper. Right, so now we have that, and then so we can see a little bit more of this like top part like that, and then you'll go like this. Yeah, it was kind of funny looking at the end of last year and starting this year off and being like, man, we did a lot of drawings last year. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to keep up that pace going into 2025. You know, if we don't have as many things, I think that would be okay. And then last month is just like, no, fuck that. We gonna start cranking out work. There we go. Yeah, I feel like just sort of slightly tilting it a little bit more forward just sort of brings it in line a bit better. I also want to have it just a teensy bit off angle, right? If they're perfectly parallel to the Star Destroyer, I feel like that's little, it's not strange, but it's just like too perfect, right? Whereas having the X-Wing like slightly angled towards it, slightly cutting across their trajectory, it just feels a little bit better. Just gotta fill those gaps in. That'll do. Yeah, we'll keep cleaning it up, but I feel like just adding that little bit helps it out some. Okay, and yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that Destroyer. We're just gonna copy the other one over. Just use that as a placeholder until we're happy with the copy. Let's go back down here, because we still got this guy sitting so sad. I think this one's gonna be, you know, far enough into the distance. We're not really gonna get a lot of perspective on it. It's just gonna be the back profile. So we're just gonna be sort of going forward with this. Right, this one's got a little bit of an angle to it, a little bit of perspective, and this one's just going to be like completely orthographic. Let me check something. The Imperial March. It was composed by John Williams for The Empire Strikes Back. That's what I thought. This song is not in the original movie. It doesn't show up until Empire Strikes Back, and yet it is the song of the Empire. Again, it's that Williams thing of just being able to make a song that is so absolutely correct that it goes back in time and implants itself in earlier renditions of the franchise. It's that Williams magic. Exactly. I cannot think of any other composer that is able to do that so frequently. There might be other composers that can do it, but I feel like Williams is just able to do it with everything he touches. Absolute legend. Okay, yeah, that next one is... Oh, right, because I... Well, while we're out here... That's cool. I feel like even though we don't have a lot of detail, at this distance, at this size, we're still getting a decent read of the composition, right? We can still sort of understand the framing devices, the lines of action, the opposition of the two. You know, even without being close enough to see any of it with any level of clarity. That's a good indication. It's an indication that we're on the right track. What I am gonna do is I'm gonna take our X-Wing here and we're gonna put it right there. Yeah, right there. Because we're, working at such a scale that we don't have lines of perspective to work off of, right? Like, these Star Destroyers are kilometers away from our foreground. Everything is orthographic, effectively. So, we have to rely on other tricks to imply distance and perspective, and overlap is a really good one for that, because if you can see one object and then you see it as overlapping another one and you're like, oh, that's in front. And we also have these other X-Wings that are receding in scale, so you're like, oh, there's a lot of distance between these. I think actually to that end, I'm gonna go back in here, I'm gonna grab this guy and I'm gonna shrink him down a little bit just to help be like, yeah, look how much distance we have between our guy in the front, the rest of his squad, and then we've got the other ships even farther in the background. And once we have the Greeble ships in, it's like, oh shit, this is big. Okay, so we're almost there with this X-Wing. I'm just trying to figure out, okay, so we've got the 2 engine cones, we'll call them cones, on this side. Do we see, I think we would see it like that, more or less. I think we would see all 4. Oh, but you know what? The one in the foremost wing might be very much reduced in length. I think that's what's throwing it off. Maybe something like that. That looks about right. I think this one's a bit too long. I feel like there's so much about Star Wars that by rights it just shouldn't have worked. And it was the pure, like, dedication and charisma of the people involved that pulled it out of the fire. Okay, that feels about right, but we'll double check it when we start getting in and adding more detail. Oh, Jesus, we're almost out of time for tonight. That sucks. Alright, well, it's fine. Made really good progress, all things considered, right? The main thing was I just wanted to get this, like, set up and going tonight, and we definitely did that. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I'm very happy with how much we've managed to accomplish. I feel like I'm glad. I feel like it is hitting the idea, right? Which is always sort of the big challenge when you're establishing a composition, of like making sure that what you're trying to put out is making sense and hitting the right feeling. I do think we're there. So now it's a matter of refining the details and adding the fun. Oh, yeah. Well, look, I could not do Star Wars Day drawing time and not put on music for it, right? It just wouldn't make sense. It would be like the movies. You're trying to watch the movies without the score, and it's incomplete. Okay. So yeah, there's a lot of like greebling and detail and breaking up in here, so we're gonna be spending a while on that. Not that I'm complaining. I think it'll be fun to sort of go in and add those little bits of detail and interest in storytelling. I'm just sort of trying to figure out, like, is there anything that we should be focusing on tonight rather than sort of getting lost in that sauce. I think we're okay to do a little bit of it just to sort of start laying out the intention. This is gonna be a really fun time lapse, I bet. I do definitely need to export this one and save it. Even if we don't get any music to go along with it, I think it'll just be really fun. Okay. Yeah, I think what will help out with this particular X-Wing a lot is I've just been trying to like silhouette it and get the silhouette to make sense. I think it's at a point where it's like, okay, let's start actually, you know, blocking in the planes and getting it to read more clearly. And I think once we start to do that, it will make more sense where some of the elements are and if they're fitting together and reading correctly. Come with me. Right, so like here, I think the engine port might be a little bit off, or I might have drawn. Yeah, I think I drew the drum a bit too far out. Yeah, it's actually pretty okay. Right, because the perspective on it, on the wing, is going to be so tight. I've heard 8-bit Star Wars. Is that from the games, or have people just been making 8-bit Star Wars music? Oh, I wonder. Is there the old... God, what was it? It wasn't even the X-Wing games. I am trying to remember. There was a game. It was a rail shooter. Now, I remember the first mission was like trying to defend... It wasn't Echo Base. It was like a base on Tatooine in a canyon. You had to like run down the canyon and blow up TIE fighters that had attacked the base and whatnot. God, what game was that? Well, so I feel like that would certainly be an option, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to grab people's music without their permission and use it in a video or a short. I'm sure people do constantly, but I don't want to reinforce that behavior, right? People deserve credit for their work, and they should have a say in how their work is utilized. I get your meaning though. Like there are definitely options available. I would need to figure out what the options are, and you know, for the sake of getting this out on Sunday, like getting the drawing out and getting the time lapse out at the same time, I think it would be more straightforward to just be like, what? Okay, now we're getting a better sense of like, okay, you know, these engine tubes are too big, so we can scale them down. We can sort of scale it. We can shave it in this direction so that the placement is a bit better. The body, or the shape of the wing, we're gonna cut it back like that. But I'm also realizing the perspective on this wing is really screwy. Like it's going in the wrong direction. It needs to go more like that. Yes, it needs to go more like this, right? These need to line up with each other. And we're not getting that happening right now. There's a really interesting musical trick that he's doing with a lot of the Imperial music that just feels very constant, right? There's just all of these elements going on. It's got a bit of an like industrial clang to it. You know, the I can't name it, but like the pipes are just kind of hitting at random intervals, and the drums are relentless, and like it's just there's no rest period. There's almost no order to it. I think it gives a good sort of sense of like the relentless onslaught, right? There's no sort of opportunity to gain a proper footing. Now Williams fella really knows what he's doing. Do we put a wing here? I don't think we do. Oh, it's so close. It's so close to being right, but it's just... it's so stubborn. It's so close, though. Okay, that's where the engine tube gets obscured. It's like at the same perspective as the wings, so they kind of merge together. There we go. We got it. That feels better. So yeah, now the only thing with that is we need to get rid of this laser pylon that goes like that. Dun, 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 dun. I know they have that little like U-shaped radar thing on the end, so we'll go in and add those where appropriate. We can also adjust the length of it so that it feels correct. Oh, yeah, they go most of the length of the nose, so I think we actually got it pretty close to accurate, just not 100%. Let's try and line them up a bit better. There we go. Okay, that's feeling really good. That's feeling really good. I like this shape. I like the shape. I like that one. I like all of them. I like all of them. I think we're really getting the correct look for each of the ships. I think we'll spend a little bit more time just breaking this up. Just having a good foundation to go in on Saturday and add more Greebles. Da, 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 da. I'm pretty sure me, like, humming and singing along to the music kind of gives the game away if anybody were to come sniffing. But, you know, we're a pretty small operation. Keep out of the attention of the Empire. Is how many of my clients prefer it. Okay. So yeah, I think we got a pretty good read on it now. Wait, is this Yoda's theme? No. No, we haven't gotten to that yet. We will go back and listen to some of the prequel music because it's still John Williams, and John Williams did some really good music for the prequels. But for tonight, I really wanted to focus on the original. So we'll go through Return of the Jedi and then we'll crank it back around to the originals, or the prequel trilogy. I'm trying to remember if Williams did any work for the sequel trilogy. I don't know if he did. Might have done a little bit for 7. Okay. I'm just gonna knock this down a little bit. It's a little bit too bright and attention grabbing. That's the other thing about this, right? Is if we put too much detail in there, make it too bright, too contrasty, too noisy, it starts to distract, right? We don't want this drawing a ton of attention from the storytelling elements when there's not a lot going on there. Okay. And that was the bell. So I believe that is where we are going to call it for tonight. But excellent work today. Excellent work indeed. We got the drawing done for Boru. We got a really good setup to be ready to go on Saturday, right? So we will continue working on this then. We've got our shrew boy ready to go to hand off tomorrow. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with how it came out. And I hope people enjoy it too. This feels good. This feels good. I'm glad to be getting drawing done. It is kind of weird because outside of the streams, I am getting some artwork done, some drawing, some work on the summer outfit, but not nearly as much. So I'm happy for how much this is really sort of helping me to keep in the groove and keep my mind sharper. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you for hanging out and enjoying the stream and being here and talking about Star Wars and being silly. And always puts a smile on my face. It's a great way to start the month off. So, I appreciate it. And I appreciate all of you. Let's see who is on tonight that we might raid. Let's see. I know Boru was playing with Coco earlier, so she's probably off for tonight. Let's see. Who's going? Who's around? Let's see. Lily is playing Elder Scrolls. Let's see. We did just raid Ivy on Tuesday, so I think we will try and find somebody else to go say hello to. We got Vin's room. Was working on some pixel art. We've got Julie, who's working on some doodling. Visani is making a shiny thing. She does not specify what the shiny thing is, but it is a physical crafting. Why don't we go say hi to Julie? Julie just got started a little bit ago. Looks like she's just kind of messing around and having some fun with stuff. Doing some doodling and whatnot. Give me 1 second, I'm just sitting through the dang pre-rolls! Freaking pre-roll ads. Just want to see what she's up to. Yeah, looks like she's maybe doodling some Pokemon or something. Alright. Yeah, let's go do that. That sounds fun. That seems good. Alright. We have a raid bus. What should our raid message be tonight? We're gonna do a tank raid. So grab your raid messages. We're gonna go say hi to Julie. Go say hi to Julie. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Twitch. You knew exactly who I wanted to talk to. Alright. So yeah, on Saturday, we'll be starting off with the drawing. We're gonna make sure that it gets however much time it needs, that we have it done and ready to go for posting on Sunday. And then yes, tomorrow will be Boru's birthday stream, so I'll be handing off the drawing then. Oh, I'm trying to I have not been posting anything online. I've been posting it to Discords, but I have not been posting anything to Twitter or Blue Sky, so I'm catching up on that. I will work on it. But yeah, I hope to see everyone there. I hope to see everyone on Saturday. But until then, I hope everyone has a very wonderful Friday. I hope you have a great end to the week and a great start to your weekend. I hope that the weather is agreeable and friendly. I hope you guys get to go out and do something fun or have something good to eat, get some good rest. And as always, remember to be kind to others and to be kind to yourselves. Because you guys are doing a great job. And I'm really proud of you. I really appreciate you. So thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for kicking off May with me. And may the force be with you. I'll see you guys next time. Take care. Be good. Bye. And say hi to Julie for me. Bye everybody. Bye 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 bye.